G'day. G'day. G'day.
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. You. Hi. Hello, Neutral. Hello, Snacky. Hello, Jabby. Hello, hello. Welcome in. We're doing more Oni today. Yippee! I haven't played this save in particular in a while, so I have to look at my base and see what the go is. First up, let me just play it so everything loads. There we go. Alright. I like it up here to our right it has food in the red marker. I think that's apparently because one or more duplicants are hungry. I don't know why that would be the case. Why are you hungry? You have less than 930 calories. Go eat. What are you doing? You are going to eat. Okay. Cool. Brilliant.
Crab PLS.
Holy, thank you for the 30 months, Devox. That is absolutely crazy. Appreciate it so much. Oh my god, a Jabby. Jabby. What's up, cutie? Alright. Let's take a look at our decor. Holy. Okay. The living quarters is over here. We got some farms here. We got some more farms that we were starting up last time, I remember, with poke shells for some more lime. That's what that system is. And then we have our manufacturing section here. We've got some old power stuff we don't really need. We can probably get rid of that stuff. And we're going to be continuing this thing over here, the power brick. Ideally today. Hopefully we can finish it. I don't know, maybe. We'll see. No dying. I literally said that. You can't die. So over here we're going to need a bunch of steel and a bunch of other stuff. So we'll get to it. Welcome in, Rusty. Hello, hello. Let's take another look. I wonder if I can increase the decor over here somehow. I think I can. Yeah, I can slap in like a bunch of decor and then I can put in a bunch of window tiles. Well, I don't really want to use diamond. Oh, I should use plastic instead of regular sandstone tiles because they get a 50% run speed. And we have 19 tons of the stuff. Also, these are not growing because of the body temperature. We're going to have to solve that. Our coolant is running quite a bit hot towards the end of our line. So here it's like 20, that's fine. But then, yeah, so the start of our coolant line, it's like 26. Maybe we make this a bit cooler. Let's go above 25. The target temperature is usually going to be within ±7 degrees of your target temperature. So 25 plus 7 would be 32, which would still be outside of on the upper range of Millwood. I might go to 20, but then 20 minus 7, yeah, it's still that's within range. It's like 13. Millwood needs a body temperature of 10 to 30. Okay, so we'll let all of that run through it, I guess. I don't think it's running at full efficiency either because it is pausing. And it shouldn't be pausing. Oh yeah, and then we also did this cooling loop up here. This is a separate cooling loop, specifically for the top part of the base, because this loop was getting huge. So when I complete this loop, because this is running regular water through the loop just for this section, the other cooling loop is running polluted water through the base. I need to like adjust whatever's going on here, which I think I know how. It's got too much liquid in there. If we get rid of it, it's gonna fall down to there. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay, wait. I think this should be not an OR gate, but an AND gate. That should be okay though. It's above 45 degrees. I think I want this to be similar, above 22. Maybe a little bit warmer actually. This one was at 20. We'll do this 25 degrees. Okay. I think I make the rest of these sections regular pipe. Oh yeah, and I am running out of a lot of the like regular building materials because we are feeding a whole bunch of hatches, stone hatches, which do consume granite, igneous, obsidian, and sedimentary. Igneous is the important one, which we have 0 of. We can get igneous from cooling magma. So I think I have some volcanoes somewhere on the map. What was this one? I gotta remember what all of our vents and stuff was. That's a volcano. So we have a volcano here. So we can make this into a igneous creation type thing. And also get a bunch of power out of it, perhaps. I think I do need some more power down here because we have these running at decent amount of power. These kind of are basically full 1275. I think over here is a little bit cooler. Steam is slightly below 200. As well as over here, slightly below 200. We're waiting for this entire area to become a vacuum. Because we're venting all of this gas out. We do have one oil reservoir. Do we have any more? I think we only have one oil reservoir we've found so far. Because if I do... I will need 3 oil reservoirs. You have 3 oil reservoirs and that equals nearly 10 kilograms of oil, and that is able to fuel. Up here we're going to have a bunch of steam well, we will have a bunch of steam turbines, but we will have some petroleum generators made out of steel, which we of course need to make. But we have 5 of them, and they each take 200 of petroleum, 200 grams of petroleum. So if we have 10 kilograms of crude going into a petroleum boiler, that'll be 10 kilograms of petroleum out. And then that means we can send all 10 into our petroleum generators. We've got some overheating. Okay, that's nothing. Don't need to worry about that. We have some flooding. Okay, don't need to worry about that again. Broken buildings. Right, that's just because we have certain things coming down. Okay, those are all fine. Right. And our commute time, travel time is very, very high, 61%. A bunch of construction supplies and ranching supplies. Ranching supplies. I wonder if that is... Oh, that is empty. How much dirt do we have? Oh, we got 8.3 tons of dirt. Okay, we're going to need to get more dirt in this line. Right. Which means if we set up a storage bin over here and we'll dictate that this will be dirt. Also mop up this. We need a tank for holding ethanol. How much water do we have? We have about anywhere from 1500 to 2000 kilograms of water in each tile there. This is running, although the pipe is blocked. Oh, it's overpressurized? How so? The oil we had here has been removed. Okay, we will have to fix this because we do need this water. Hey, you cute and awesome. Sorry, but you're not stopped. Your model will be sick and awesome. Same if you deserve it. You be cutie. Thank you, Jebby. And thank you for the 300 stream streak. Holy. Okay, let's... Actually, I can probably do that. And then drop crude oil here. Want them to... Not allowed by schedule. Your pending deliveries. Is that because everyone's sleeping? Everyone's sleeping right now. Most people are sleeping. No pending deliveries. Do I not have any crude specifically anywhere? Over here. Okay. This crude we will have jump up temporarily and we'll go into a... Not a reservoir, but a bottle filler. Because, wait, we have... we do not have any oil over here. Yeah, so we're out of oil from this system. Still have petroleum in here. He's shaking his head because he just can't believe how cute you are. I could turn this into an Escher waterfall, into a liquid, into a saltwater infinite storage, but here we go. Right. Yeah, so we actually consume a lot more power than we generate. So the way to expand this, I'm actually going to need to move these buildings out. Particularly also away from the oil reservoir that we will need to contain. And expand it that way, but we have all this oil here, which would be an issue because this is manual airlocks, which means I would need to then expand it this way, but we have the liquid locks. I might need to make another one of these systems somewhere else then, which would probably be better because at the moment we're drawing heat out of this section of the map. So we could come over here and build another one and draw heat out there. Alternatively, we just build the petroleum generator and that would be fine, I think. Okay, so this here we have to make... You know what, we will turn this off. So that stops running, and we will make this so this runs. Let me go into here, connect that up. An AND gate. If it's below that, turn it on. Turn the pump on. Okay, yeah. Alright, that's good. That's running again. I should put 2 desalinators in there, I guess. 15 tons of salt right there. Fair enough. We also have a bunch of natural gas in this storage and this storage here, which we can also utilize once we've got at least these liquid locks up and running. So that's good that now we actually have the crude oil here. So these are Slicksters. So we throw in Slickster eggs into these ones. We're also going to need shipping rails. Then we'll need this setup over here to manage the other materials. So it goes on the 2 pillars. Alright. So we have a bunch of there, which we're storing 8 and 8. Hold on. They seem to like to run through this section a lot. Alright, I think. Okay, I can get rid of this here. This needed to be dirt. Snazzy suit. Okay, we've got one liquid lock formed. I do wonder if I could make these liquid locks easier by using petroleum and crude. And then just liquid stack. You can now deconstruct that though. Thank you, Twitch. Got a notification for hey, you have nothing to watch. Because VOD is out. Watch it now. No, you want to watch Pink's live stream now, and not the VOD. Twitch being a little funny like that. I'll also need power for this. Oh no, we have power over here. Okay. Hey, Ian Van, welcome in. We have a boatload of lime. This just needs to be, like, it's getting processed just over time through this system, which works perfectly fine. I do wonder if we could make it quicker by maybe either having more steam turbines for this section so that we kind of generate a little bit more power and then it cools down the steam a little bit quicker. The steam here is sitting at 140, slightly less than 140 degrees. Oh right, we should probably build those. That way no heat is leaking out. Good day, good day. It's actually evening. It's more like nighttime. It's like a good night almost, you know. Pull out all of that. Alright, let's have a look here again. So down here we're going to have another section. 2, 3, 4 high as well. So it's going to come along. That's abyssalite, that's fine. It's going to be like that. These are going to be our slicksters. 8 critters each. Let me have a look up here. Did they fix this? No, these are still in there. Pen status is okay. Ah, true, because it's gonna think that. So wait, if I go 7. And hopefully some of these poke shells will move across. I think if I had... This one here. If I move them up to here, I think with a pickup. Because what's happening is, like, this is our breeding section for these poke shells. And then these other ones are starvation chambers. What happens is, so long as you attend your poke shells and you groom them, they will always drop one egg. The egg gets picked up by the sweeper, comes up into this section here, which this is what they call a Pez dispenser. It essentially senses that there are critters, as you can see here. But then it also checks down here if there is a certain amount of critters already in the pen. And so we want always to be 8 critters in the pen because that is the size limit. So it won't open the door if there is 8 critters in the bottom, even though there might be critters at the top. But I need there to be critters in all of these, because at the moment we've just got critters in this right one, because we're sending all of them up here. Whereas if I send them into a section over here, and then they grow up, then they can get picked up out of here. I think that should be right. So I'll let them build all of that. While they're also building this. Picking up all these materials. We'll also need to drain the polluted water, but this system technically generates excess water. So I do need to shift all of that out. Okay, we've got this set up. We can deconstruct that one. Still need a bunch more crude here. Let's get a gas pump. Gas pipe. And then a vent. And we're going to need power for this. So, I don't know where I'm going to grab power in. I mean, we're going to be generating power here, which then will run it down and out into some transformers. But I think for now I'll just grab it from this because this is a 4 kilowatt section here. So you should be able to build and reach all of that. This would be all critters. Alright, these are unreachable. You should be able to reach everything from these ladders. Okay, so now over here. Do we have dirt? We don't have dirt. Hold on. We do need to up that priority. Can't remember what was coming out of here. Nothing so far. What were we going to do with this one? I feel like we were going to do something, but I must have forgotten. Hold on. Let's have a look at our shipping. So we've got any type of ores that they do drop over here will be picked up and dropped over here because they're going to be used with the metal refinery. Which I should probably move the metal refinery, or at least move this dropping point. And then there we go. So dirt comes in, those come out. Reed fiber comes over, gets dropped over there. This section was yes, this is iron metal that comes out. Which actually this is once again active. This one's very nice actually. So we built this a few streams ago. This one circulates iron on some railing and gets chilled via the steam turbines, and then when it is cold enough, below 127°C, it will get shoved over onto this main deposit line. Okay. That one is done. Alright, they won't be able to reach those. Okay, let's do that. Check. All right. These are what, 3 tiles wide? Yeah, 3 tiles wide. So we had one there. 2, 3, 4, 5. I think eventually I get rid of this ladder so I can actually have it there, and then we have 5. That'd be fine. Hey Tammy, there's a lot of yellow. What do you mean? Where? What yellow? Do you mean the polluted oxygen? That doesn't matter. The polluted oxygen doesn't matter. This is where they live. So long as this is fine, then that's perfectly fine. They're always coming out of suits. Is that 42 degrees? Is that still chilling it? DO. What broke here again? Did the water flash to be... It did break again. I've been having issues where this has been breaking. It feels like it has something to do with small packets of water.
G'day.
Because this has broken before. I need to
G'day.
change something with this. HDF man, bricking power, or power brick. Bricking up some power, that's what we're doing right now. I gotta figure out what the go is with this. Right, here we go, we hooked this up, so now we can vent the gas out of this one. So we'll hook that up to a vent among us. As is, you know, venting. Hey, I give it 160 stream streak. Appreciate it a lot.
G'day.
Okay, we did need some of these guys. Lead? Wait. Can we make it out of lead? Why would I make anything? No, can't make it out of lead. I think these everything.
Peg senpai, teach me. Teach me.
Everything inside here needs to be made out of steel. Otherwise, this entire room, essentially, within the insulated tiling, will be, I think, ideally at least above what is it? Polluted water? Let's see. Polluted water above 121-ish degrees, because we'll be flashing polluted water that gets generated from these petroleum generators and whatever else into steam, which the steam turbines will turn into power, cool down the room so it doesn't get too hot, and hey, we also get a little bit of dirt out of it too. So yeah, but I think we'll go probably a little bit hotter. So just in case everything gets made out of steel. So we do need 2 more of these. We need one here. And we need one here. That even includes all of the conveyor loaders and all that sort of stuff as well. Right, let's connect that up. Let's have some liquid reservoirs. They're pretty expensive. These also technically need to be made out of steel. We'll have 3 eventually, because this entire setup produces polluted water. When you have slicksters in here, in these ranching farms, it'll be oil, and then potentially there's a chance that you might get the other variant of slickster that produces petroleum straight away rather than crude oil. So you have one for polluted water, one for crude oil, and one for petroleum. Which then means that we will need some automation setup / plumbing, liquid shutoffs. Trying to think on how. And then we need an element. Liquid element. I think this one needs to be turned around actually. So the input is, oh wait, no. I can probably be right. Connect these up. These will also need power. How's this? Yep, no gas. Cool. So we have plumbing. So these guys have an output for polluted water, but they just spit carbon dioxide out into the environment nearby. So I gotta figure out where I place all of like the actually no, or do they just drop it? Then they just drop it, right? So blocks liquid flow by abstracting gas. Blocks liquid flow without obstructing gas. I think that's fine. Yeah, so gas is freely to move about. This one is where we have petrol coming in. So I mean, we dig like all the way down. That's the petroleum coming in. My plan is to have some natural gas geysers on this floor, which are 4 tiles wide. What do we have here? We have 21 tiles. So that'd be 5. Because we can go 20 tiles, so that's 5. We have an extra section. Okay. I don't even think we need that many though, because like over time, where are we at? Over time, all this gas here, this natural gas, will be consumed. But it does mean we can start consuming it. So the natural gas generators produce polluted water and carbon dioxide. And so they vent out the carbon, but they just drop. Okay, wait. They just drop the... That's made out of iron ore, make it out of steel. They just drop the polluted water. So I want to drop it over here so it drops straight down. long. So eventually we'll have this here. It's 2 tiles across. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 here. This will be here. Come down. That gets connected across. I don't know how many I'll make, so I'm just going to do that. I know I'm definitely going to have four turbines at least. I might even expand it out more to get an additional turbine for 5. Actually, I might need to make it bigger maybe. If I want 5 steam turbines. 2, 3, 4, 5. Should mean more of those as well. This will then be that, and that. So I don't know why I made this out of steel. This doesn't need to be out of steel. We'll do it out of iron. Saves the resources. Considering these won't overheat. Considering they have like 1,000 overheat temperature to begin with. So yeah, that'll fit perfectly. Connect that up. Like so. This top section does need to be vented as well, so I might do that now. So we're getting some gas pumps. Should be able to reach that. Yep, cool. So we'll vent this top section. We can then throw hydrogen into this top section. Hello Bob, welcome in again buddy. Thank you very so much for the raid. Appreciate it. How was Oni? So these want, I think for the gas, how much do they produce again? Not much, right? 22.5 grams a second. At least 110 C or hotter if the building is hotter. Just about at the mid game. Oh, nice. Yeah, there's a few hurdles at the mid game section once you get there. Alright, that'll be our natural gas coming in. Should better be able to reach and build all of that. I am completely out of igneous rock. Okay. I mean, I feel like stone hatchers, if they do end up starving to death and they all die, it shouldn't be too bad. We do have 4 million amounts of food that we permanently have. Like, I know that we're not farming any food and stuff like that, like millwood and stuff anymore. Ah, right. They can't reach that. And they also can't reach that one. Yeah, they should better reach that now. Yeah, what the poke shells eat again? Polluted dirt. Do I not have any polluted dirt? I do not. Don't have any bread. Yeah, sorry, bready. No bread. To get some polluted dirt then. Hold on. I have a sieving. Polluted water. For a little bit of polluted dirt. Paku. Give polluted dirt. That would be one way. You got a raid run. You're leaving the busy wagon. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening, day, etc. Take care. Okay, they eat algae for polluted dirt. So it's either sieving. We have a sieve polluted water into regular water to get polluted dirt, which, I mean, we have a decent amount of polluted water here, so we could set up a sieving section. Where's our polluted? Okay, the polluted water stops there. Why are you starving? Go eat. Well, then that means we would need a dirty regular water section. I think once we set up this, should be kind of okay. I mean, right now we have a bunch of steel, a bunch of lime anyhow. Okay, wait, hold on. Here we go. Sensor. There we go. Okay, you just fell to the there. Wrangle all of those guys up. And then they'll store them down at the bottom. That's one way to get them all sorted. So I do need them to do that. Can they reach that? Maybe they can't. Copper ore, we have plenty of copper ore. Alright, there we go. Well, that helped. Spread them out a little bit. But there's still some guys trapped in here. Hold on. They are technically wrangled, so I can't do anything about it. There we go. Get rid of this water, this polluted water, because that needs to be dealt with, because that is creating just more gas. Okay, how are they going with this? That is done. Enable that. So that is insulated hot natural gas coming up, which will go into here. I'll just stop that because we don't have any power generators apparently. Okay, wait. This section here. Oh, we technically don't have a power control station. Power control station needs to be built inside a, let's see, 2 or more power buildings, a heavy duty generator. I think if we do this, it should technically still be, there we go, a power plant room. And then now they can create microchips. Disallow tinkering. Okay. So we'll need some pumps. Liquid pump. And then we'll run the liquid through here. And then also out this way. Right. So this middle one can be set to crude. That's there. This first one can be set to petrol. And the third one can be set to polluted water. And that's all that we will have through here. There is technically water on the top here. I think if we probably need another one. And if it's water, we send water up the top. Where up here two, three, four, and there'll be 5. Run it across here, connect it. I think something like that. That one will go out to be excess water from this system that goes down to the oil wells. This is petroleum that comes up. So this is water that goes down to the oil wells. This is petroleum that comes in. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10. That should be right, I think. And then we'll sort out this cooling loop, which alright, we need extra stuff on the left. Actually, I can have the cooling loop on this side, I think. People are starving again. Wait. Let's get this section all similar and connected. that, like that. 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 You need way more steel to be produced. This was set to... I think it's got to be set to just critters, yes. Copy. Paste that. And then this one here is set to critters as well. Copy. Paste. Above 0. I think that's right.
G'day.
Critters only and above 0. Yeah, and then that ends up opening. No, hold on. It ends up turning this green and shutting this top door. And when they move across, it would turn it off. And now put that. Yeah, I think that's right. Hello, Flora. Welcome in. Probably still got really long commutes, I bet. 60%. Mainly construction supplies. Which does make sense. I should build another transit tube point over here. I always have a good time with Oni. I'm just trying to like kind of do multiple things at once to get this setup running. I do need to figure out where I want to put the carbon dioxide from this. I think for now I'll probably vent the carbon dioxide, which means it's got to get onto this left track here, which we can do that. But then it is pretty hot as well, so we would need to at least probably do it up to there as insulated, because when this runs it does produce, it'll produce up to 110 or hotter carbon dioxide when the machine heats up, and this room will be like 160 degrees operating temperature when everything is actually set up and running. We need to power this, and then that'll store the liquids in there. We need to power this line as well by probably having transformers here, I think. see. You can finally watch in complete 1080p glory. Is your internet fixed / better? New internet cable got finally activated yesterday. Ah. Well, do we have fiber? I have fiber to the premise. It's so damn good. I remember probably like, oh, let's see. I'd say it was probably like 5 to 8 years ago. I was still on like the DLS line. That was terrible. So these spit out very small packets. There's an inline pallet, or yeah, like a inline stacker thing that you can do with these. Not a pallet, a packet stacker. So we do a gas. Since it's a gas, we do a gas shut off. And then we have bridges. And then we do some automation. I guess it's an element sensor. And then we hook this up via automation. And we need power. We have to figure out if we do need power or not. So that gets turned off like that. This will be carbon. Am I missing something? Hold on. Automation. Element sensors, conveyor shut off, hydro liquid shut off. Basically, I like want to kind of before we ship out small packets of 22 grams of gas. I want to like build it up into 1,000 and then ship off the 1,000 one out. That way, down the line, if we're venting other packets of things, it's not going to get clogged. At the moment, there's no power, so I need to connect that up. Ah, yeah, there we go. Wait. It does combine some things. I think I disconnect that part there. Thermo? Is it a thermo one? Gas pipe thermo? No, that wouldn't make sense. Oh wait, maybe it is going to work. Oh wait, the gas shut-off is turned off and it won't be able to pass it. Yeah, so now it's building up. Should be a blockage detector. This part is technically a blockage detector. And you have a shut off. I'm like viewing this from like a guide. Hold on. Let's see. Inline packet stacker. But it doesn't really explain it very well. Method to make larger packets. Maybe this is how it is. Hold on. Oh yeah. Now it's now it's working. So essentially, it's detecting if there's carbon dioxide in this pipe section. But if there is, then the gas shutoff will turn on. Now, if you look here, based on how the bridges are set up, yeah, see, it just released 3 packets. The bridges are set up in this way, like that, but they're connected only like that into the element sensor. And then this one, obviously here, you got piping here, which then comes and continues on. So it stacks into this one, and this one for 3 packets. You can make this longer then by shifting the gas shutoff further down, and then you could have a longer amount of packets before it over here, like so basically if we have, once this pipe section in this column here gets full with 1,000 grams of gas, then that means that over here on this input it can't exit out of here because it's full. So it skips this input and moves into this middle bridge, which is where the sensor is. So now I understand how it works. Okay. That's cool. All right. You just have to make sure that the piping, you have it so it's connected there, and then it's like that, so it's not connected in this section between the 2 bridges, basically. And then of course over here as well, it's like that. So essentially the piping is like that. That's the piping, and the bridges are set up like so. And you have the sensor here and the shutoff there. That's like the essential blueprint. You combine it all together into one line, so it makes it nice and neat. Very nice, cool. Get rid of that stuff. Mop that up. Get rid of all that. This is now a vacuum, so we can get rid of that. Connect that up. Okay, so we've already got full of polluted water here. So this polluted water, I think if there's technically excess polluted water, we should have this running. Well, we should have a hydro sensor to begin with. And then that way it won't completely run out. Because this is full of polluted water, we should probably have this come out over here somewhere and start turning it into regular water. Clean those parts up. Right, copy those. That goes there. We can then copy this. Buildings, get rid of basically all of that. So these generate 800 watts. I think if I have this section going up further, and then I can fit in a ladder segment here, and then have doors here, so then these can actually be tuned up by making it a room. Yeah, that might be good. Oh, Teasy, thank you for the raid, champ. How's Digimon? You had a fair crack of a stream today. It's like 5 hours or something, wasn't it? Clean all that crap up. Welcome in. I have no clue what the hell I'm trying to do. As is the way with Oni, to be honest. I do want to get a transit tube access a little bit closer to this section that they're building. Also, body temperature is, let's have a look. Okay, down there's gotten good. Up here is still very warm. I don't think this section is running properly. Even is good. Yeah, such a hype stream. So many boss fights and 6 scenes. You're so erect. Holy. Yeah, damn. Wait, are you in the game yet? Ooh, you are. You're already in the game. You have not died yet, okay? You can chill. Right, produce clean water from polluted water using sand. Okay. We're gonna need a sieve set up, like down here somewhere. Give that redeem to Melty. Yeah, right. Who is not a named duplicate? This one. So we're in blue and red. 2 cool colors. Oh, it's a little bit late. Actually, you don't have daylight savings, right? You don't have to suffer time changes. I think I built this one further over, like that. Oh, you do over there. Okay. So it's we're still on the same time frame where you're 30 minutes ahead. So it's like it's just shy of 11. Okay, cool. Well, I do imagine that work be knocking at your door tomorrow, so if you do need to head off, as Jabby would say, go eat and pee and poo and rest and all that and stretch and all that. All right, we have a bunch of hydrogen up here. We need to get rid of that. Please, right? Please feel free. Nice.
G'day.
Right, I need me some airflow tiles. That way this hydrogen can escape. Welcome in, Cynthia. Right, this looks to be a little better. Still need to work on this polluted dirt situation, so polluted water will come out. Let's like get rid of all this. Get rid of like all of this. Send the crew over. Who is trapped? Okay, they're building the ladder so they can get out. Very good. Huge fan? I thought you're a man, not a fan. Haha. Bit kinda strange, mate. Let's get some sieves down here, or should I move them up a bit? I mean, I could just throw them over here with some automation. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So we're gonna want some insulated piping. So this is gonna have polluted water. And if we put in some sieves over here. You can run it off of 2 sieves. It's cheaper to run piping rather than conveyor railing, I think. Technically, yeah. Although we have like a bunch of iron ore and stuff. Actually, technically we're running out of like these resources. You know what? I'm gonna do it here. can run it over into this. There we go. The germs aren't looking too hot, but they are in Atmo suits everywhere over here, so that's fine. Then we need some power. Tell you what, this iron volcano, absolutely amazing, because I can just build everything out of iron now, since we have infinite iron, essentially. I think we only have an iron volcano over here. Still 4 unknown geysers, but that's because I haven't uncovered them. I think like there's a bunch of... Let's get you out. I think we've got like a bunch of chlorine geysers and stuff. Like there's one right here, which is a chlorine gas vent. So I think most of the geysers that we haven't uncovered are just chlorine. There's a few of them. What are we at? We are at a decent amount of steel already. So we'll build that there. And we'll build this one here. And then that will be another Pez dispenser thing set up. Like so. We need this to be there. Cool. That's pumping out water, very good. We will do one of these guys. I don't know whereabouts these drop. Okay, so they drop it to... They are 4 wide. They drop it in this tile. Okay. So, but they take 2 of them, fill up a pipe. So that's fine. So yeah, if we do a auto sweeper, we can just have it here in the middle, and that'll pick up everything. So we have that. And we have a conveyor loader. Do not make it out of steel though, make it out of iron because we don't need steel. Run that up there, and then we're going to need some conveyor railing. Now this is polluted dirt. So the polluted dirt should technically come over to here. So we should have a conveyor receptacle here. And we can probably like run it across there. Maybe down across, or we can go up and then across. Okay, we can kind of do that. So our railing. Which one was this? Okay, that's fine. So we'll do a bridge. This is here. We'll have it go like that. Pretty expensive. Because yeah, we have a chlorine gas vent here, but like I have no use for chlorine we've already uncovered one here, and we've got everything set up to like capture whatever we want out of it. Like we could pump it into an infinite gas storage, but at the moment, like I don't need chlorine gas. Like megafrons, we're not growing or anything. We're not growing salt vines. Puffs. Do we need bleach? What's bleach stone used for? Biodiesel. Salt water plus bleach for the water weeds. Okay, so bleach stone, nothing necessarily. Chlorine. It would just probably be for these megafrons. Megafron grain. Souffle, pancakes, frost buns. Fish taco. Pepper bread. Oh, pepper bread's pretty good. Okay, maybe we should set up infinite storage for this. And then we can like use them whenever we want. Right. They should be able to reach all of the piping, all of the railing. Yeah, they've already built it over there. Cool. So here we're going to do polluted dirt. Cool. So it should be able to pick up polluted dirt. And this here is running. Okay, I want that to be like that. And this section should prioritize this path before it prioritizes this path, which is good because this is an infinite storage. And then same here. Do the following setup. So we'll always prioritize this system running the water through into our infinite liquid before it does any of these other parts because they are infinite liquid as well. Cool. Alright, nice. Also, I mean, I do wonder, this output's at 95C. I wonder if you ran salt water through... If you had an aqua tuner actually in here... rather than running a desalinator is 480 watts. You would still need a pump, then you would get a bit of power back. I'm not too sure, like, I feel like there's a better way to use a saltwater geyser. I'm not too sure. How's our... Okay, travel time 53%. a lot of ranching supply. I think that was because of the polluted dirt coming in. We're going to reject all of those. I don't want shovels at the moment. Those are fine. Set these to a higher priority so they grab that. We got 7 critters in here. So we do have potential load of 5,300 watts on this one line. That's because of we have some doors. Also got the pumps running. And this entire setup. Really? That's 5,300 potential. I guess that's like 1,000, 2,000 there. 3, 4, yeah, that kind of makes sense. But it shouldn't. I don't think this should ever reach near the max load of 2,000 watts from these. Okay. In terms of actual power though, we're not wasting too much power. Just 1.2 kilojoules from smart battery charge loss. I think we've only got one smart battery in the entire system. Hydrogen generators are generating a small amount. Natural gas is a small amount as well. And steam turbines as well is the main amount. I think I should put that a little higher so it prioritizes running these over anything else. Okay. Right, polluted ice. I guess I don't have an errand section for polluted ice or regular ice. So I should probably find a location to drop polluted ice. I might just grab a storage bin and I'll place it down here. So eventually we will need some skimmers. Connect those up. These need to be supplied with fresh water to run, and then they output polluted water. Which means that we can go like that. And then the fresh water, these run 1,000 grams a second. We can run it from over there. Is it overheating? Oh, that's no good. Maybe I should make them out of steel or something. Or Maybe I do make them over here because there's a cooling loop from this part. Okay, wait. Deconstruct all this. We'll make it here. Shipping the loader. Auto sweeper. Power. Okay, we can run it that way then. So insulated, fresh water coming out, down, like so. That will need to be placed there instead. So it prioritizes this run. That way. And then we need our polluted water to come across. Conveyor railing. There you go. Polluted. Okay. Right, so then we actually do need fresh water from this. There you go. That'll sort all that out. Oh, but these need to be on some automation. Oh, and I should probably do another stacker because they emit 1,000 grams of polluted water. Polluted ice. So if we do liquid bridge, take that off. Liquid shut off. Would actually have to be there. Like that. Connect the power. We need, what was it? It was so we need a liquid pipe sensor. Liquid pipe element sensor. Goes there. Automation connect. And then we want some more automation. We'd probably want we don't want to like suck the entire room out of carbon. We only want to like activate them if there is a lot of carbon, because we still want carbon in here. So that way any slicksters will be able to eat the carbon. There's polluted water. Okay. Cool. That's doing its thing. Right, it is sending water that way. I think if I have that, well no, that's automatically that way. That's that way. I think I should have this here.
Good day.
Like that. G'day, Melty. Hello, hello. Okay. Anyway, how hot has our oxygen been coming out? 20 degrees? That's perfect. So that cools our entire section here. Also, I've noticed that our polluted water loop has become a lot cooler. And we also need to add a little bit more coolant into the pipe. Which I think this is where this came into place. Let's do that and then that. That should work out. I need to come back to that once it adds more liquid in there. Okay, so that goes that way. I think we can deconstruct that, because it's now prioritizing this section, which I don't want to do. wanted to prioritize this, and this being last. I think that's because this is very close. Hold on, let's change this over so we pipe it that way. Where's our hydrogen? So excess hydrogen, I should stop burning it and instead store it into an infinite storage. Because we will probably want to do hydrogen rockets at some point. Let's have a look. I just need to get rid of all the small points of crude oil in here. Okay, so it takes its turn. So if we put this bridge back, so that will be last. If we put a bridge here, that should be last as well. This also needs to be connected like that. That might be closer than that. Yeah, it's now prioritizing this run. Because otherwise it goes that way. Okay, if I had that there. That should be fine because this loop will get water from this. So that should be fine. Should also keep this section here relatively cool. Okay, but now we have too much liquid. Okay, let's do too much. Oh wait. No, it's fine. Hold on. Let's stop it here. I'm gonna get rid of all of these little bits of crude. To check who is our is doing all of that. Okay. There you go. I think I got rid of most, or we should get rid of this small packet. That's only 250. There we go. We want only full packets in the cooling loop. Oh. Is my coffee cold? Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, they can't reach that one. Hold on, I need that pipe to move further down. Okay, here we go. Get rid of that. What? What if I told you it was an iced coffee? Ooh, it's not though. It's not an iced coffee. What was I doing here? I was storing sand in here. Okay, let's tear this section out. We don't need this anymore. Let's do plastic along there. And these plastic tiles we should also make increase the run speed of our duplicates. Hey, imagine notice that this is pretty expensive. In terms of plastic, each tire was 100 plastic. You bet it wasn't? Nah. It was not indeed. It's too hot in this section, so now I okay. I have to fix this. I have to fix this top cooling loop. Because it's just sending in very hot water right now. So we will do that. This has too much water in it. I'm going to deconstruct that. Water should just drop all the way down. This here is still steam at 114 degrees. Okay. We have liquid carbon here at -55. I wonder if I could use that as some sort of cooling loop. Okay, I've just drained all of that pipe section. Deconstruct all of that. And mop all that up. So this thing is working perfectly fine. How much have we actually used? Probably barely any. We've used barely any natural gas. Ah, right. I was removing one small packet, right? No. Ah, here we go. Oh, wait. Got another small packet of crude. There we go. Okay. Someone's trapped. Oh no. Why did you trap yourself in there? Get out. Right, good. Oh, what's the size of this? Okay, yeah, that's plenty. Cool. Okay, this heavy watt wire will need to come down here instead. Then we need join plates on each floor. Like so. Connect that back up. And then connect these back up. And then we throw in pneumatic doors. And then that way each floor can actually be tuned up with microchips, because it should be classified as a power plant room. once they finish those off. Output pipe is full. Okay. I don't even know if they've been making any steel. Taking their sweet time to produce it, at least. $4,682 millwood seeds. That is a little bit. What do we have here? So that's connected now. Should be polluted dirt coming through, but our pipe is blocked because this section. I think if we do that. I might do it like that then. Yeah, there we go. That'll start producing more polluted dirt. Okay, polluted dirt, so conveyor bridge set up, yep. Flip over there into here. Feeds those ones. So that's full. To get to those, I'm going to need to get rid of this. Okay. Yeah, there we go. These are now rooms. So they are able to get tuned up. 50% extra power output. Let's have a look at our skills. Make sure everyone has exosuit training, because we have 16 people with exosuit training, but we've got 17 duplicates. So someone doesn't have it. Ah, here we go. There we go, now you have it. 17 out of 17. You just had enough skill points. You have a decent amount. You are... you're one of our pilots. Okay. Rocket piloting. You are ranching. So well, we've got one, potentially two pilots. Which you can actually get. There we go. Potentially three pilots. Because you have a... what do you call it? An interest. Okay. Turn you into a pilot. You are critters. Always need some critter ranchers. And then later we'll get you some more farming. Chef and doctoring. Critters. Building. Building. Digging. So we have two digging, two builders. We have 3, 4, 5, 6 ranchers / farmers. Okay, should be a decent amount of like a good balance. Oh no. What are you doing? Unbelievable. Okay, by the way, how is our decor over here now? So, okay, so the plastic tiles only do provide 5 decor in a 1 tile radius, which is technically less than a sandstone regular tile. But they have the benefit of... Oh, wait, I know what's happening. Okay. We need to get some water into here because I'm beginning to change this system here. That was why there was no water in the laboratories and stuff. There we go. Okay. Clean that up. Also sweep up the base again. We need crude oil storage, which we have over here. There we go. Right, I did want to make so we can start storing hydrogen. Infinite hydrogen generator. We also still have oxygen coming through this section. Is that a matter of these being wrong? Above 750, above 600. I think it's just because we have a backup of oxygen. So we don't have full separation of the gases. Because these become overpressured and our oxygen pipes are blocked. So come over here and they get finally filtered out. Okay. So, the hydrogen and stuff comes out relatively cool. 20 degrees or whatever, so we can get by it with some gold amalgam. We only need one vent. It's fine. Ventilation insulated. Deconstruct that. Wait. I'm gonna move this over one. So we'll do that like so. Gas pump. Airflow tile. We need to deconstruct that, and we get a bottle emptier. Bridge that. Comes across and down. Power is a thing we need. Okay, we'll get rid of that. This needs to be crude oil. we have gas vent overpressure. Oh, because we have 34 kilograms. Hold on. We need to mob that up. We need less. Wait. Stop dropping. Disable water bottle. Set to sweep only. Oh, yeah. Need to change it. Needs to be under like 20 kilograms or something. Oh, no, what are you doing? Don't put it into there. Wait. Oh, it's actually no longer overpressured. Okay, cool. We can get rid of that. No items in there. Cool. Build a transformer here. And we'll vent everything out of this space. No gas. Okay. Deconstruct that. Connect that up. And then now we have infinite hydrogen storage. Cool. So technically we should put hydrogen over here. Right, so that'll go into the top steam turbine room. We can also place another one of these in. Turbine is too hot. Right. That's a little bit of an issue. That's why it's taking so long. Because the turbine is too hot. So it's not cooling. It's not helping cool the steam. 100 degrees. Okay, right. Before we do that, we do need to work on this section here. Buildings. I think maybe I should have it over here. rather than here. Let's go deconstruct, deconstruct. Okay, so, right, steam turbine. And where's our piping? So our piping is here. So we'll want insulated. Yeah, that size, like so. Turbine goes there. Automation. Thermo. Liquid pipe. Aqua. Tuna. We do need steel though. What did we make out of steel that used all of it? Probably all of that. Hey, wait. Oh, there we go. Goes there. We need a vent. Plumbing. Oh my god, Jabby. What's up? We need to cool it down like that. Hi. What's up? You need to show me something. Yeah? Reachable builds. Okay, right. Wait. Buildings. I'm gonna make this floor section out of ceramic. 5. I also need to produce more ceramic as well. Ceramic. Holy moly, I have 400 tons of coal. When the fuck did that happen? Sorry. I guess it's all this hatched stuff and me not using coal generators anymore. Can I do anything else with coal? These produce coal, of course. Oh, man. No. Just for refined carbon. For ceramic. And the refined carbon. So what we need it for. Oh. Hmm. Okay, wait. Wait, I see what you showed me, but I'm confused. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know why I'm confused by it. He was laughing? Yeah, maybe I need some more context. Why you sorry? Not giving enough context. But you don't need to be sorry about it. What the hell? The only thing you need to be sorry for is apologizing so much for no reason. Can they deconstruct this goddamn wire bridge? Jeez. World's slowest builder? Holy, there we go. Thank you. That's how you are. Never change. Okay, now we need some water into this system. Wait, we have water right here. If we do this, then we do that. We do that. Is this all ready to be connected up? I think so. We can connect that up there. We supply water in here, and then we can turn everything on. There we go. So I probably want about 100 kilograms of water in each tile. Okay. That should be plenty. Disconnect that, connect that. We're going to need actually that gets connected like that. Then it runs into it, and then this is going to get looped around like so. Disconnect that. And then I think before this I need an inline stacker thingy mabob, which would be like that, insulated. That like that, and then this would go like that. Take that across like so. Automation. We need a liquid pipe element sensor. Goes on this piece. And then we need power. So that way we only send 10 kilogram packets in. Ideally. This will be water. New automation wire connected. Oh no, connect that up. So now here we can get rid of that. Oh wait, hold on. Do that. Do that. Okay, disconnect. Hey Cyrus. I'm just doing an upper cooling loop right now for this part. figure out a way where I can still might be easier by just having a loop section and then not connecting it to the plumbing and just using this. You know what? Sometimes it's just better to do it the simple way. Okay. That should be all good now. I was using a lot of our sandstone. Right, let us continue with this, although we should fix this as well. We'll let this cool down. Such a wild sound. What's a wild sound? Has this picked up regular water? It has picked up regular water. Okay. So then we should have it so... Actually, I think this should be rotated that way. Down there. Yeah, okay. Let's change this slightly. Again, at this one place. The Thermo Aquatuner running this area. so it should be regular water then. How many tables do I have? 3, 5, 10, 16, 19. Okay. Everything still is continuing to be deep frozen. So when does chlorine gas condense? Negative 34 degrees, okay. But the ethanol is negative 114, so the ethanol won't freeze. Is this actually chilled? I think so, yeah. Yeah, turbine's still too hot though, so I'll have to wait. I think actually if I turn it off, then it'll cool down quicker. This sound. Shh. That must be the steam turbine then. But yeah, what you're mentioning. Yeah, so we have one reservoir there and one there. So I need to find another one. Oh, right. We've vacuumed everything out here. So that's actually good. Now we can make some like liquid locks and things in certain areas. And then we're able to continue exploring and stuff. We dug out this entire section. That should be enough room for a petroleum boiler. Yeah, it should be fine. They have suits on. And they'll eventually all be vented out, so... Because the entire location is liquid lock here. They can't get in and out, in or out, apart from the liquid lock. I left this section when I was building this. I didn't have it all locked down and vacuumed and stuff before then. But I should probably open them up regardless as well. I just want to keep this section here until it gets vented. So I think that's all of the material, and they should be able to dig it all out. They should be able to reach every single part. We actually have some slicksters here we can grab as well. There we go. In which case, these... We'll vent our carbon so we can start building up carbon. And I have to figure out 26, 30 by 20. There should be plenty of space, and our tap can be over into here somewhere. And then a door. Don't think we'll need this bottom section, so the liquid shouldn't get in the way. Don't think we need to pump it out. Because our next part will be actually making the sort of petroleum Oh, we have a facilitator up there. Why would there be a battery connected to it? Some gates and stuff. Is that kind of similar to this? This had a vending machine. You see. Grab this guy. And these guys want 100C to 200C as well. It's probably not hot enough yet. No. They will get... They'll probably end up dying off. Level 0 to 250 to 140. Okay. Team is at 208. Yeah. Right, well, they dug out that pretty quick. So it'll probably take a while for this to be all vented out again, but that's okay. Now I have to figure out how, or like my location of the spike. I think there's some weird efficiency things where you can have, like normally it's starts like up the top left and then it snakes right, down, left, right, like an S, but you can do an opposite X direction. Well, no, it's normally a backward S. Yeah. You can do a regular S location, direction, but I think that's got weird efficiencies and stuff. Most of the ones I see have it going like this. There's also staircase ones, but I feel like that leaves a lot of void. I think I'll do sort of the standard. Right, let's get rid of like all these items out of here. I guess I should make this down here as well. Okay, if I have the pump sort of somewhere located on this bottom right, we can access it if necessary. We could even access it from this location, so we can build the system pretty close. We'll also need to get the oil reservoirs up and running too, which means we will need to get water down here. Now we have this original pipe here, and we've also got water located here, so it should be pretty simple to get water down. I'll actually turn this back on. That way we can just fill this up. Doesn't really matter too much about the temperature. I just gotta figure out where I want to start it. And now we need a little bit more steel. Okay, has this cooled down enough? No. Cooled down a little bit, but not much. Could do a mesh tile setup. Right, let's see. So I would have metal tile here. I think obviously this would be made out of steel, but I'm just trying to get a layout of how I want things to be built. Probably actually make these out of diamond instead. Window tile. That. And then that would transfer heat over into this section. So then we could dig this out and start. Yeah, I think. That's 75 degree, yeah. So we could dig this section here. This would be where we have the petroleum and the oil, and then we would have it around about like this size or something like that. And there's plenty of heat around this area. Okay. So that would be dug there. I think this would need to be made out of... Oh no, we should be able to make it out of any material. Yeah, 1000 melting point. That'll be fine, okay. Insulated tiling, igneous should be fine, yep, but I think just to be safe we'll do obsidian, because obsidian is 2700. Then we would have a liquid vent here. We would have some automation, thermo sensor, which needs to be made out of ideally steel, I think, probably just to be safe. Yeah, 2400. I need to get rid of those. Those are actually generating more heat. Hold on. Could put an airlock here so we can open it. That way it's not gonna convert heat over. Right, and then radiant pipes. I think normally you would use copper, but I think I might do iron. And we have a pretty big area. So if we need access this top section should be too high, so it would be 1, 2, so the floor would be here. This would come along like so. We want access to the top part in case we encounter heat damage. I don't know how long I should have this. 12? Maybe 12? See, like 1, 2, 3. What? 3, 6, 9, 12. Maybe 15. Too much? Maybe think like that much. we do need to make some more steel so we can get like the pump and all that stuff. This is still entirely too hot. If we actually add some cold liquid, it'll help cool it down quicker. There we go. That should be right now. Alright, with this here, I need to make it so we've got some automation, we've got an Atmos sensor. And make another reservoir here. Only if it's above 2000. And I should get some gas pumps here. We'll just vent all of this. I need this entire area to be void. And I probably want to make a liquid lock here, so let's see, like that. Needs to be down one more. Like that. Seal this whole thing up. Okay, we have that liquid lock there now, so we can ventilation, send it over here. Should take less time for this to become a vacuum. So we feed stress. I think stress is like perfectly fine. What do we have going on here? Ah, right. Let's do a bypass for this. Like that. Considering we have different gases we'll be piping out. Oh, trapped. Okay. Deconstruct. Those can be deconstructed as well. Yeah, Venus rock right there, Moti. It's not that difficult. Jeez. we'll put a thing there. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of these ones so they can come in and out. And we start building this section along here. This gets there. Now you're a Rapnui. Rapnui. Yeah, you're nice and warm. I'm glad. You're not nice and not warm. You're using your blankie to get warm. Well, I hope you do get warm then. Alright, we're gonna need to do this oil reservoir stuff. There's a few different ways you can do an oil well setup. This one might need to be an above one. This one we can do one that collects resources below it. Relatively simple-ish. Let's see here. Okay. I've made one before. Okay. Mesh tile. Automation stuff, pump. That's good. And it gets closed up. So we'll have automation. We need an oil well. Slap that on. How I feel? I feel not too bad. Little eepy, as is the normal. We also need an Atmos sensor. Gas pump needs to be shifted a bit. Chuck it here. Make these out of igneous because there's igneous right nearby. Right. Gonna need some power. Gas pump as well. Transformer. Maybe make it out of gold amalgam so it has a overheat temperature. Alright, ventilation. And this is going to be natural gas. So what I do is I make another infinite storage for natural gas. That's going to be in the way. Oop. That would also be in the way. Beckish, grabbing a drink and things. Yeah, stay hydrated. Also, welcome back. Petroleum boiler? Yeah, we're beginning to create a petroleum boiler. And I'm underway of getting some oil wells up and running. We got 2 located here. I do need to find a third somewhere. I need to search more of the oil biome to the right a little bit. Hopefully we do have a third. Because I'm designing my power plant brick to be using 10 kilograms of petroleum. So have that go like that. So we can start venting this. heat plate on the right side of the control door. So I just placed this here temporarily. I'm gonna have my door located here, and then I'll have more diamond tiles here. So you recommend a plate like located here, where my thermosensor is. Alright, you can't get out. Silly me. Get those built right away. You know what? Yeah, there you go. Metal tiles? Do you use metal tiles for yours? I suppose because it's probably, you need a slower, steadier control of heat. Right, you are technically not in a vacuum, so you will be overheating because you'll be in a vacuum, so that's okay. We can grab power from this. If you use gold, it's got a decent TC, more importantly, it's got low HC. So when you open the door, there's not still a load of heat in the tiles to dissipate. So yeah, so it's, you have a finer control of temperature, heat. They do an L-shaped plate too. So you're heating the oil on the right of the oil shaft. L-shaped plate. Heating the oil on the right of the shaft. So a backwards L, you reckon? For nobody in German. A German advert. Love to see it. I think this is relatively set up. Oh wait, automation. Okay. If it's above 750. Hey, Artie. Welcome in, mate. Hey, Germans aren't too bad. All the Germans that I know are very, very fantastic people. Certainly better than some Australians that I know. Holy. Right, this is kind of slowly but surely becoming a vacuum. Now we need to also bring down our plumbing, our water. So we're going to yoink this same pipe. Which does mean that we need to augment this. God, you are so slow at building, holy. To go that way. Disconnect all of that. We don't really need this anymore because that was our one that we were venting the space. Married to a German, but can barely speak a word yourself. You was a dumb today. You missed your appointment because you slept through 3 different alarms. Oh no. Hopefully you can reschedule it. No problem. So I'm going to take water and I'm going to run the water all the way down. Into here. Hello, Cooper. Thank you so much for the raid. Boom in lead. Hey, solid. Appreciate it. You got the red message. No problem. feel like Stream Elements. There we go. That was the raid alert. I feel like Stream Elements is having a moment today. I'm sure it'll pick up shortly, you know. We do this one instead. We do the Twitch one. The Twitch one is better. There we go. Guys, make sure you go check out Cooper. A very poggers artist and plays some nice games. Giga gamer. Alright. So we're now getting this in. We need to... Wait, did we set up the plumbing? Oh no, I did not set up the plumbing. Okay. It was game going without oxygen. Oxygen is long been a solved problem. We have plenty of oxygen. Right now we're working on a power facility. Even though we have power here, we're working on a more efficient, better power system where we won't need to worry about power for pretty much the future of our game, ideally. But it's going good. Had a bit of a plan change at home, so you gotta head off now. Enjoy Thor. Thank you so much for chilling out. Have a good milking. Game is so scary to you. It's a little complicated. I feel like it's one of those games where it's complicated to just look at it unless you've played it. And then when you start playing the game and understanding some of the things, it becomes a lot more intuitive. Do I need a new helper? Oh, hold on. Let me have a look at my... I mean, I can easily take on more duplicants. We have 1, 2. We have 2 unnamed duplicants already. So thank you so much as well, Led B-Man, for the follow as well. I think my activity feed is a little bit slow. There's a lot of stuff where you just run into a wall for quite a while. Yeah, like you might come across a problem and you'll be like, okay, I can do this to solve it. So you solve the problem, but then down the line, that problem you solved caused another issue. And now you're like, shit, now I gotta solve this issue. There's a lot of that what happens. So you might have maybe, for example, you might be having power issues or something. Because you ran out of coal or something like that. So you quickly solve off another issue. Like you solve off that issue of power by using a different source of power. Like say using like natural gas in like natural gas generators. But these guys heat your area up quite a lot, and they also make polluted water and stuff like that. And then you might now have like a bunch of polluted oxygen everywhere or something like that, And then kind of spreads like slime lung easily and stuff like that, germs and stuff. But yeah. Yeah. Future problem solving stuff. But I think the best recommendation I can take is if you're starting off the game new, then don't take on too many duplicates at once. Basically. Only increase your duplicate count when you know you feel like safe, kind of thing. Because the more duplicates you take on, then the more food and like oxygen, which in turn means like more water and stuff that you need. So like you can play the entire game with just the 3 starting duplicates as well. I think we are sorted here. We've got a pipe for gas. We've got water out. Everything is powered. We can turn this back on, and we'll need to then put in probably... Yeah, there's a polluted oxygen everywhere here. That's fine. We'll need another gas in here as well, so we can probably just yoink carbon as well. A series where the player killed off 2 dupes in cycle 1 intentionally and played the whole game with just 1 dupe. I'm surprised they didn't just start with like a mod where you can change, you know, how many duplicates you like play with, kind of thing. Ah, nice. We've made nearly the entire area a full vacuum. And what about over here? Nearly. We might go ahead and place one of these down here just so we can make sure that we get every little bit of gas out. Just to make sure. There's still some carbon dioxide down at the bottom. So if we have the pump right at the bottom of the base, it should be okay to get everything out. That's how you would do it? Yeah. I don't know how old this video series like that you mentioned is, but maybe maybe they didn't have the mod or anything like that back then or something. So this is one design of an oil well, and it incorporates a infinite liquid storage here, and then the gas here, the natural gas that builds up, I'm going to be pumping into in an infinite storage over here. We've also got to make something for this one here, but we're not going to be able to use the same design because we're using the materials underneath. We're using this space. So I have to kind of think of a different one. I might do like a standard one that doesn't involve like little glitch exploit things. Considering this one does involve the infinite storage section. Well, we'll probably involve an infinite storage section over on this one. But it involves a mechanic where liquid transfers like infinitely, kind of thing, like super quick. I think it's like 900 kilograms a second or something. Where you have in these 2 tiles, right next to these 2 blocks to the left, you have 2 different types of gases. And the way the game is designed is gases. There's different types of gases, and you can only have one type of gas per tile, and same with liquids as well. So you can't have like partial mixes of gases and things like that. It's just how the game is coded and designed. So we're going to make use of that mechanic by designing a system that we'll be able to use. Also, has this been going away? Yes, that's been going. Must poof to your Japanese class. Just love the rest of your day. Take care, Cooper. Thank you so much for the read. Enjoy the Japanese lessons. Right. Let's go ahead and make some space around this. We're gonna need an oil well, just like that. I think I need, what type of pipe sensor? I think I do a liquid pipe sensor, I think. No, we do an that makes sense of there, yeah. Yeah, I don't mind. I'll filter later, I think. So normally you would probably like filter pretty early and then filter off any gases, but well, we're going to be in a vacuum and I'm going to close this up as well, so it shouldn't actually matter too much. I'm going to do a liquid lock before we go in. And it needs to be kind of high as well. Do it here, I think. Automation. This will be crude. And we'll need some power. Now we need to plummet it up. Okay, we can... We want to filter it. So we do a gas pipe element sensor. Hey Naked, welcome in. We have a gas shut off. Doing good. Mm-hmm. We will set this. Actually, we will do a NOT gate. So this will be if it is not natural gas. It'll filter it. So then this will run along here. Manage to sell your laptop so you can get a new monitor and a new headset later when you want. Should you get be sure on what you want, since you know Natsu recommended HD 599 to you. If you did some more research, some people say they're not worth over 130. Yeah, microphone, sorry, not microphones, headsets and stuff like that are always tricky. Because they might be something that someone recommends and then you talk to another person and then they will be like, nah, don't get that and stuff like that, you know. They're not cheap there too. Over 200. Yeah, that's also another thing, eh? Cost and stuff, how much you're willing to spend as well. Now that's 70 degrees on this section. That's fine. Don't think we need to worry too much about the water heating. Like obviously the oil reservoir here is at 97 degrees, but it's using, I think it's using the water before it gets too hot anyhow. So this is, yeah, water that's coming in at like, yeah, relatively hot, but it does cool down actually because it comes from a cold zone. I'm gonna spend 200. You just want to get something that you're happy with. Yeah, yep, exactly. Okay, that's all a vacuum. Alright, we need some liquid output on this. So we're going to have, at least very kind of shortly, we just need to get some actual other gases and stuff in here. Well, we're about to get some gases. Need to get an emptier. Then we have natural gas. Crude oil. Oh, well. You just put micro amounts of natural gas everywhere. That'll vent out shortly. I'm gonna lock that so they don't go in there. Okay, good. Guess it was above 125 degrees. No pending deliveries. Hold on, let's get this bottle filler. Okay. So our liquid here can come straight down, like so. We will need to get access over here though. So I'm gonna have to do this. On the monitor, you might wait until Black Friday. See if there's any monitor that gets like a big sale. Yeah, like Black Friday or like Prime Day or any of those big sale days. Okay, now that we have natural gas here, let's see, yep. Canister drainer. Oh. Well then, that liquid lock is sorted. Right, so natural gas is there. If we do hydrogen in the top part, and then we do carbon in the bottom part. Ah, good. We have a completed let's have a look here. Can we, man, why did you not get to the toilets? Hold on, do we have water in our toilets? Oh, we do not. Wait. Why is that? Oh, it's going here. Okay, wait. We have to not have a bridge there. We're actually not getting oxygen. Wait, okay. If I do priority to be that one first to fill that entire section up. And priorities and water and whatever else. There we go. But yeah, everyone's just making a mess. It's kind of annoying because you don't get a warning being like, hey, everyone's like needs to piss and they can't. I should set up maybe regular outhouses just in case. Right, now we have the cooling loop rotating and now we also have the water coming in here. Right, good. It's going relatively well. Setting up a petroleum boiler which basically turns crude oil into petrol via just the heat of all this magma, similar to how we're harnessing the heat for power from this mechanic. Okay, let's deconstruct that. Top one. Okay, good. And then deconstruct this one. Hydrogen there, carbon there. Good stuff. Nice. It just works. Now we can take this. And put the oil back into our infinite oil storage. Now I want to do a liquid valve here first, because we only want to put small amounts through this section, so until like everything like equalizes. I also need a pump. Liquid pump. Okay, we need more steel. This has cooled down. We can connect that back up, I think. Well, the water's coming out at 100. No, it's too hot again. Okay, right. I think maybe if I put in more water at the bottom, that might help. I also put in crude oil as well. Let's see. Okay, if we get rid of that, then we go crude oil. Okay, there we go. We have a little bit of crude. hate it how like I want to go do something. Ah, crap, you have to clean all that crap up. But then it turns nighttime. And then all my guys go to sleep. And we're venting natural gas. We're venting hydrogen as well. Oh, we've got full of hydrogen in the top part. That's what we wanted. Nope, polluted oxygen we're venting. Chlorine. And little bits of carbon. Okay, yeah, that's like a lot less. I think what I might do is I might turn off these for now, so we can vent all of the polluted oxygen and chlorine and stuff out of this. Still kind of getting more damaged. 125 overheat temperature though. I don't think it shouldn't be reaching 125 temp though. Because it's like 90, less than 90 degree. Maybe this admin sensor we go with like 1250. That way there's more gas before it pumps anything. Here we go. Let's try that. I'm gonna have more schedules with less dupes each. Yeah, I think I've got 2 schedules right now. Yeah, 2 schedules. Maybe going to 3 schedules would be a little bit better. Oh, someone contacted Slime Lung. Where did you contact it with? And that's just the flowers. Can't tell where you picked it up. Should kill that thing though. How's our temperature? Okay, it's still pretty hot up there. Oh, whoops. That was not connected. Now the system will actually run properly. Okay, cool. If necessary, I can change the piping so that way we're actively cooling it with the Aquatuna. We'll just sort of see, because this shouldn't run too much, because we only want it to be like 5 degrees around this area. So once it's at 25, it'll like slowly pick up the temperature from the area. Yeah, shouldn't be too bad. Okay, good. Right. Okay, right, so this one here. Empty this. Drop in some petroleum, which we have right here. Build that there too. And then drop in some water. I'm feeling that there might be a gas pocket will get trapped on the top left. Have to see. Chop chop. Don't you go to sleep. Good. Should be able to make it. There we go. Okay, my suspicion was correct. Right. We build these two tiles and open up this tile, this pocket of oxygen will escape. And the water that is here should flow over. There we go. Now it's not much water, so I will place more water in. This should help keep the steam turbine below 100 degrees when this entire thing is running. So long as the steam turbine doesn't go above 100, we are good. That's a bit of a problem. I think because as we open the door, right though, we're close. Close to making the petroleum boiler. Might get these going again. And turn these off. Is that polluted oxygen? This guy's body temperature is too low. Comfortable is 50 to 140. Ah, okay, so they just lose a bit of happiness. Let's see. We should be making more steel now, alright? So we can get a liquid pump of steel. Chuck that into there. Insulated. Comes out. That'll be 1,000. I don't want to run any liquid into this just yet. Because I do need to make some tiling. To figure out if I want to actually come from like this section. I think if I dig dig the top abyssalite, then I can build that one. Have we made the steel yet? We have not made the steel yet. Okay. That is igneous. I don't really want those melting by chance. So we'll do obsidian. So these will be like that. So this gets set to below 402, I think it is. Let's see, crude oil transforms at basically 400, but for the transition you need like a degree or two above the temperature, the stated transition temperature. So I think 402 should help it turn into petroleum, and so long as we don't go above 500, then we're good. Or 540 basically. Oh, it's 3 degrees. 403 then. Just gonna wait for this to cool down. $99.4 degrees. I think the steam turbine has equalized at, which means it'll be running constantly, so that's good. Did I have a break? Yeah, my computer has a break all the time. Look at that, it's having another break. When you get really high in the cycles, that takes a little longer. Yeah, I'll have a break by ending soon. Wow? No, this is Oni, not wow. Wow will be tomorrow. Circuit overloading. This circuit technically shouldn't overload. Oh wait, no, 4000, right. True, okay. If we do that, that should be fine there. And then this is 1560. You're heating up your alley. Cute. I have a feeling if I put a transformer in here, it's probably going to overheat because it'll become a vacuum. I don't know if it's Q in your vein, sorry. Oh, so close. And we're just sort of waiting for the petroleum to cool down. Basically. Okay, that has certainly worked though. We're looking out for our report. Still a lot of travel time. Ranching supplies. I have a feeling that they might be running around for polluted dirts. these take? Pepper nuts, they take polluted water and phosphorite. We have plenty of phosphorite, I believe. 81 tons of it, okay. We are up to 500 tons of coal. We're at 4.7 million calories. We have 1 million calories of barbecue. Asta, hello. How you doing? Welcome in, buddy. We still have so much natural gas here in these tiles. And how are we going over here? Do we have enough steel? Yes. Make the steel door. Following the teaching of me. Don't know what you're saying. Teaching, I don't teach. I think if I place a little bit of water on here, this will perhaps stay a little bit cooler. How? Where did the oil go? It vanished. Okay, that's not good. Therefore it's not an infinite storage then. Because it's overpressurizing. Where did all this hydrogen? Oh, right, I know where it came from. Okay. This broke as well. But I guess if we're pumping it straight out, it doesn't necessarily matter because it's going into this one, which will never break because it's underneath water. This gas gets pumped when it's above 1,000 grams of pressure. That's fine. Okay. Now I need 400 amount of steel. So I need 10 pieces of steel more. And then I can try to make this process, this part. Dude, we have so much lime now. Holy, that's a lot of lime. 4 tons of it. This poke shell stuff has been going pretty well. Although I don't know where our breeder went.
Wowzers.
Hey Dreamy, thank you for the 28 months. Appreciate it, buddy. Just a bit of oni. As is the norm. Enjoying my time. Alright, surely we are at a good amount. Oh. We need one more. Oh, there we go. Nice. Okay. So if I dig any of those tiles, it's going to form. So maybe if I dig this one first. Okay. And dig that, so we have a bit of steel here. So we've got 200 kilograms of steel. I want to get them to like have all of the steel here, so I can basically like get them to straight away build things, not have to like travel across the map to make these things. Okay. Alright. Prioritize this right now. You know, I just had a thought. I do technically need to power this door so it's quicker in its actions. So if I do that... That one doesn't need to be steel. Those need to be steel though, and then we can do that. Like that, okay. Because I want the door to close as soon as possible when the thermo sensor reaches a certain temperature. It's nap time. Everyone's going back home. You know, there's a bunch of carbon dioxide building up here. I think I need a couple airflow tiles. They should be coming down here to build all this. Well, they might not be able to reach that one. Oh no. Cool. Alright. I don't know if they can... Yeah, it's unreachable. Okay. So if I dig this one... Good rest of your stream. Rest well after. Hope you'll have a good sleep. Thank you, Chappy. Take care. You cute. Alright. Now it is reachable. Right, and then build it straight away. There we go. Good man. Cool. Right. Probably only need one tile, to be honest. So what I'll do is I'll just do this here. Okay, I knew that this would break because it's in a vacuum area with no atmosphere. Basically, it's not being cooled. What I can do is I can probably yoink this one over here. This has also been getting damaged more and more. I think it might be every time they go and relieve the pressure of the oil well. Also, no power. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Right then, let's just think this through. Have an atmosphere up here. Have to be careful of it not becoming waterlogged. We will do it here then. Nice. A bottle of magma. Thermo temp shift. Have not made any iron just yet. Okay. I don't know if this will probably just instantly flash to sour gas. Yep. As long as the crude in the radiant pipes doesn't reach near 400 degrees, so it got up to about 250 here. Cancel that. Nearly gets to 300. There's still a lot of heat in this tile, so this is 150, 60 degrees. The oil coming in is around 60. That is quite a bit cooler than the crude from straight from the oil well. Go to 5 kilogram packets, and I might drop it from the top as well. That water situation. 7,000 kilograms of water in each tile. Should be okay. He was going to have diamond window tiles on the left of the door. Now you mentioned to have metal tile, so I'm deciding on using metal. 50. Thousand. Don't want to draw heat into insulated tiling. I think the length could be either a little bit longer or I guess once we get up to the 90-degree input, this radiant pipe section should be long enough because it should be nearing 400, like 380 or so would be like perfect. We'll up this to 10 kilogram packets because it's still turning into sour gas because of this tower needs to move down a bit. $320, $330. Alright. Oh yeah, I changed it and then I flipped it. Yeah. There we go. So use this top vent until petroleum starts spilling over, and then I'll use the bottom vent. Seems to be going pretty well though. Crude here is only at like 230 though. Ideally, gets a little warmer, but that will happen when we have petroleum actually counterflowing through. So with it being around 200 right now, it's probably actually not too bad. As when this petroleum starts overflowing and going the other way, it will transfer its heat into this crude oil. What do we have going on here? Why are they damaged? Was the gas too hot? No. Too cold? Nah, that can't be it. Or maybe. Nah, that can't be it. Nothing else is broken up there. This is still smelling. Okay. How's the temperature over here going? 33, 31, 90, 96 degrees there. Comes at 11, goes in at 20 odd. Okay. Four critters there. Ah, here we go. Okay. So 300 degrees there. Right. Yeah, we can use that. The one on the right is water. A little bit of a spaghetti pipe situation. Okay, we can use that one on the right there. Can use the middle one. This whole section can go. Right. This goes up. Go over to this side. Early in your designs, you've been incorporating an element sensor where you have your bottom liquid chute on a filter. If it detects oil for too long, it turns off the incoming oil. How are you trapped? My god. What do we have here? We have nothing to build out of. Alright. You know what? Mine that igneous rock. And then build that. That's sort of like a fail-safe type thing, right? That way if something gets like backed up or something, you've still got like it's not gonna continuously overpour and completely fill up the the overflow section. This one is petroleum. Oh, we can't go into the middle there. Go here. Right. Now let's just do that. There we go. I could maybe see if you do, if you did maybe a hydro sensor down here, and if there was detected like over a certain amount of kilograms of petrol, then you could use it on like a shut off or something. Technically, we're providing 6,666.6 6 crude oil because we have 2 oil wells running. Now, a generator uses, and I'll probably want to have these as mesh tiles. Oh, yeah. These use 2,000 each, so I need another one at least. And then probably an extra one for the other part. There we go. And just make the whole floor like that. It'll be easy. Right, now before it gets too majorly hot, we do have it'll take some time for it to get the heat from the top part here to travel down this to get this to this bottom part. But it'll actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we actually want it to be hot because we want the polluted water to turn into steam straight away, basically, at 125. These other floors can be mesh tile though, I think that's fine. If anything, if we had these generators on this floor, then it would be a case of wanting to have mesh tile here and airflow tile here. Our crude oil gets to 345, 350 degrees. Which isn't too bad. Why are you starving? What the hell? Probably at the bottom of our base. So we get 6,000 watts of power just from them with their tune-up. These ones here are tuned up and provide 800 each. Actually, are they tuned up? They are not tuned up. Those are regular. Which means that this section is no longer needing to kind of run at the moment. Now, I can throw in... a smart battery, I think. I do need to set up the cooling loop as well. So we're not unnecessarily running a lot of power. We'll hook these up. $185, and down here we'll do 5075. All right. So yeah, they'll kind of like barely run, almost. This has been getting too hot, so I think this one needs to be like actively cooled with like another Aquatuner or something like that. So I'll probably have to reconfigure our metal refinery loop. See what's best for that. This has been going much better. We're at like 25, 30. Submerged this one. It's using the layer technique. It helps distribute heat, essentially. Some of the some setups do use it. Like, for instance, if you're using a gold amalgam Aquatuner, you can do the layer technique to help cool the steam turbine down if you're actively cooling the steam turbine with the Aquatuner, if you're doing a cooling loop, like a base cooling loop. There's a few methods. It's technically not submerged because it's less than 200 kilograms of liquid on each layer. Also, these guys, what do these guys do again? They spit out hydrogen from eating metals, which we have no need for. these sweetos consume sulfur and give sucrose. Hey, Deaf Man. Yeah, we have some petroleum going now. So our petroleum boiler is working. Which is cool. I do need to find another oil well to get that going though. So I'll have to do that. Not too sure where we have another one. Probably to the right of the map. There has to be another one over here somewhere. Yeah, it was a little interesting, but we got it going. Nah, it's fine. What you talking about? And we built this tile and then dug that straight away. Lava didn't even flow like into here basically. It was good. It was safe. Oh, and we need to dig that out. Alright, by the way, our meteors. What do we have again? We have copper, ice, and slimy meteors. So technically we have water meteors. Slime is also dirt. And technically water. Next step will be some space stuff. Technically we do need a little bit of dirt. We're at 3,000 kilograms. How much slime do I have? 35 tons of slime. Alright, that'll be next time. Start producing a bit more dirt for our mealwood section over here. We're at 38 tons of plastic. 576 units of reed fiber. Slime equals algae. Yeah, but I have 85 tons of algae. I'm not using algae. I mean, you know, algae is dirt as well, essentially. I think also algae is like a form of obviously oxygen, but the photo oil stuff, what is this? Yeah, power. Biodiesel. But we don't need power. Yeah, I can do Pakus with it, which would give us some polluted dirt. And polluted dirt we can feed our poke shells. For more lime, we're at 4 tons of lime. How's the temperature here? 77. It should take quite a while for the temperature here to actually get up to 125 before these steam turbines even turn on. And at that point, the polluted water will turn into steam. Now we've got some carbon building up, and these slicksters will now start producing oil as well. So we would need to have a look here. As soon as like enough pressure basically forms, then the pump will turn on. But we've got some tanks here in the meantime, and we'll have to funnel out all of that. It's really nice. Well, you go bigger is better on a lot of builds. You get hung up on making it better or more efficient. Not making progress, just being stuck in a cycle. I think you gotta like kind of like make something for what you think you're gonna need. Like this system, I'm about to have 5 petroleum generators, so long as I can find and get another oil well. Because then it's 10 kilograms of oil into 10 kilograms of petroleum into 5 generators, because they each use 2,000 grams. Of petroleum. Alongside, you do also get a little bit of natural gas. Not negligible amounts. This one here, this pump, probably should have made this pump out of steel. Figured gold amalgam would be fine, because this pump is gold amalgam and isn't getting damaged at all. So I don't know why this one is getting damaged. Not too sure. So next things will be some more dirt. So algae into, well, slime into algae into dirt. And then I need to like look at the space stuff. Launching rockets. Well, there's a bunch of copper up here. I should go and farm. Grab all that copper, since I kind of am out of copper. That is still entombed because this here is entombed. And then what? Regolith is sand, essentially, right? Filtration medium, yeah. Make intergalactic blast shot and shoot the meters out of the sky before they get to you. Yeah, I think the last time I did anything up in space, I don't think they had the blast shot stuff. They had the bunker doors and stuff. And so you would make like mining, like robot miners, or you would use like the door crushing method. I think I used the door crushing method. I'm assuming that still works. Kind of expensive, but yeah. Anyway. It's 3 AM. Where the hell did the time go? Oops. It's time to head off, guys. Let's find someone to raid. Most machines will accept regular fences, and but not all. Alright. Let's see. we go raid. Thanks for stream, no problem, guys. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm actually gonna be playing World of Warcraft because there's something called Remix, which is like kind of like a quote fun type thing where you can like kind of like get infinite power kind of thing, and you just like grind, and there's a bunch of rewards to it and stuff like that. So it's World of Warcraft Legion Remix is out, so I'll be playing a little bit of that and getting some of the rewards and stuff like that. Wow. yeah so I'll do that tomorrow, and I think Thursday I've got a raid, and I'll probably continue on Friday. There also might be a weekend stream. Don't know. We'll see how I feel. See what the go is. But yeah, until then, if you'd like to use a raid command, here you go. Top 1 if you have a sub, and bottom 1 if you do not. And I'll see you guys perhaps tomorrow. Until then, enjoy the rest of your week. Take care. Bye-bye.